Okie dokie 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 doke. We're gonna find out if this is a mistake. Well, it's not so much that if whether or not it's gonna be a mistake, but more like how bad my hands are gonna hurt after this. Because I think my hands are gonna hurt a lot after this. Because my hands don't like when I have to use the thing I'm about to use. Because, guys, tomorrow, hopefully, the parts come in for my laptop. So hopefully Wednesday I'll have it. And if not, oh well, I have backups on what I can do. But the irony is I wasn't gonna do this today. I was gonna try to put this off till Wednesday, but um unfortunately, uh unfortunately, let me see. Did you let me hide the fucking thing? I don't know how. Oh, uh, oh. I don't know what I did there. Why can't I find hiding the god dang thing? It's the one thing I didn't think about. Well, you guys are gonna get to see that. I hope you're not bothered. Oh, that didn't help. Well, welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary. And we're gonna try to get some art done. I'm at least gonna try to block in some colors. I was kind of hoping I'd get this done in one sitting, but because I still don't have my laptop, I'm going to probably need at least one more day for detail work. We'll probably start something different, but for now, I just need to. If I wait any longer, I'm just gonna go crazy. If I wait any longer, I'm just gonna go crazy. But unfortunately for me, I definitely need to wait. Like, I don't know why I did that. I definitely need to like get my laptop back. So I have to work on this instead. I have to work on this instead. The way that I am. I mean, the last few days I've been using I've been using I've been using this, so it hasn't been too bad, honestly. Yeah, we want to do something like this. Should. Oh boy, that's too big. I was having some issues the other day. Still too big. Having some weird issues where I was trying to block in like colors and stuff. For some reason, it like got some weird transparency stuff going on. I don't know what it was. It's very odd. But yeah, I'm just going to I'm going to work on at least blocking in colors today. I was thinking, because I did get it working and I did get some time to actually try it, I was like, maybe I'd try Monster Hunter Wilds one more time, and then the beta ended. The beta ended. Can't believe they would end it like that. Thought they were gonna give us a little bit more time, guys. Why can't you let us just play your game for free for a while? Make sure everybody's computers work on it, eh? I do wonder if they'll have another open beta. If they do, I will hopefully have the upgrade I need by then, or at least the mind to be able to make the game work. Because we had to do something really silly to get that game working. It was very silly what I had to do to get that game working, because James is a master and a monster at being able to manipulate systems a little bit in a certain way that will allowed us to just make that game work, even though we both really shouldn't have been running that game. Our systems are a little behind with that. Uh-huh. Nice. I got to cook. I tried the cooking. The cooking looks nice. Well, I mean, it would look nice. My computer definitely did not make it look nice. But I did cook myself some mushroom lettuce sprinkled with some herbs, which was very silly. Why'd they let you do that? Also, hi, Comfy. No, my laptop is not back. This is using my ancient 10-year-old bamboo tablet. I'm gonna try to block in colors at least. I don't know if I'm going to finish this today. I'm gonna assume not. Because I really want to use my fucking laptop, which is gonna be better and faster and feel better on my hands. The nice thing is actually the painting is not gonna be too bad. Doing line art on my bamboo fucking sucks. If you have been keeping up with my stories and been wondering, why do they seem different? It's because I have to use this bamboo tablet. And this bamboo tablet sucks doing line art. It really does. It does not want to do line art. Uh-huh. Well, I mean, have you seen what I've recorded? I mean, I have a 2060 and I have a Ryzen 9, which it should work with, but it was having the time of its life in some ways. We'll put it that way. We had to find. So if you're out there and you are having issues with the beta, it might be too late to help with this. But what we found is there are graphics settings in Wild that were using VRAM, even though you couldn't manipulate them, and it acted like they were disabled. And what we had to do is we had to go in, turn off upscaling, so that way another meter, I don't remember what it was called, would turn on. Then you turn that all the way down and turn upscaling back on, and then it would be fine. Because for whatever reason, the other meter was still having an impact on VRAM, even though it technically was supposed to be disabled. Did make the game look like it looked bad. I'll just say that. It looked bad, but it was functional, and that's what mattered to me, to be able to try the game. And gosh dang it, can I say, game's fun. The game is fun. I beat 3 of the 4 monsters. I didn't fight the wyvern just because it was like, knowing this beta and knowing previous betas, that wyvern's probably going to be so fuck hard that I'd rather just wait. I was having fun just trying out the weapons because that's what I was interested in, was experimenting with the weapons and not necessarily the monster fights. And I can say that the environments are great. The character creator in that game is freaking bonkers, by the way. It's freaking bonkers what you can do with that character creator. Uh-huh. Oh, that was one oh it was an N6, just N64 monsters. You should go back and watch one of the highlights I made. I had a nightmare that I ran into. Holy shit. It was funny, but it was definitely not what the game was supposed to look like. I created a nightmare. I really flattened that? Oh, why do I get a feeling that this... Oh god, why do I get the feeling that this, well... No regrets now. No, maybe I did flatten it. I'm like, I don't remember that. I remember drawing these all individually. Now they are definitely no longer oh wait, no, these were drawn individually. The line art I did in one. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Uh-huh. What's funny is the turning off the upscaling to turn down a meter to turn it back on did prevent that from happening. So yeah, there's some real nightmare fuel that you can get generated in the beta, that you could get generated in the beta, that is like a combination of bad optimization, but also I'm on the camp that I'm like, I have an old graphics card. Like, I want to I future proofed pretty well, I would say, because I got it like what, 5 or 6 years ago. So like, I was definitely not expecting it to last a decade. Like, I got it back in 2016 or 2017. It's lasted me. It's lasted me a while. And it's not that the graphics card, I think itself, is even busted, though. Maybe it's definitely having some moments that are kind of like, is my graphics card okay? Um, but like the Wilds is the limit. Wilds is pushing the technology, and I can grant this for Monster Hunter because Monster Hunter is one of my favorite games of all time. And if a game is going to be that hard to run on my computer, I'm not going to be like, "Wow, they made the game bad." No, they made the game too good. That's the honest truth, is they made the game too good, and it's on me now that I need to keep up with the technology at least a little bit. Yeah, I got to play for about like 3 or 4 hours because the day that I tried to stream it, it went abysmally. In reality, it went abysmally. Like, I had fun with it. It was silly what I had happen, but it was something that I was like, okay, I got to do something else because as much as I want to keep playing this, it's not going to work right now. So, whoopsie. And then unfortunately, I just didn't. I was hoping it would last one more day. Always with betas with me, they always end too soon. Because I was like, I think I got it working. I should give it at least one more shot to see if it would work, and then I would switch to another Monster Hunter if it was going to continue being a problem with OBS and stuff. But I at least did get it running consistently enough to try out stuff, and holy hell, the weapons feel really good. Um, I really enjoyed the way that Rise played, but I will admit I do like the direction they've taken the weapons to be somewhere between Rise and World, to come back to a little bit more groundedness. And they've made some change ups to weapons that I really liked. I think I was a little bit quick to jump to the conclusion for certain changes with Insect Glaive. Insect Glaive is just a little bit more of a ramp up weapon now. And there is a sense of acceleration to it, but I think I even overstated that because I started figuring out that no, they just made it a little bit different to get to um, your top like combo chains, which they made it a little bit harder and a little bit different in a way that does feel good. And originally, I thought they were going for a weird kind of acceleration thing, which isn't 100% true. They're not. It's not so much acceleration so much as there's a little bit more work that you have to put into to get your combos going. And it is just based on your buff. They just, in order to get the good Insect Glaive combos, you have to have a max buff. You have to have all three. But they've also made it easier in some ways to get that. Between allowing you to get essences off of your attacks with the focus mode, which is nice, and then also, if you wound a monster, you get max buff. And I found a wonderful combo that was very silly, where you can expend all of your buff with a super big fuck off attack that's super cool. That I wish I could share because I did it once live on stream, and I was like, "What the fuck did I just do?" Um, and then it eats all your buff, and then you can just, if they have any open wounds, you just get your buffs all back and do it again. It's fun. it gives Insect Glaive a little bit of resource management that's a little bit more directly ingrained to the combat rather than just tediously getting all your essences back through the original method, though you could still do that too. Longsword combo feels so much more directed now. That's good. That's good. And they make great sword dynamic. They also just added a block mechanic that I hope is for every weapon in the game that can block, where the Clash I thought was going to be a gimmick, and no, it's not. It actually is a mechanic that is really good for team play and for solo play, where essentially you lock the monster in a trap to allow your other players to have free hits while you lock the monster down. It's super cool, and I don't quite understand how it works yet, but it's essentially like mounting for specifically blocking weapons. Because I did it with the lance, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Like it gave the lance, and I know the greatsword can do it, and I'm sure the gun lance can do it. It makes sense if it could. Yeah, it's some kind of parry. I understand that it's some kind of parry. I'm guessing based on what David told me about it, the Switch Axe probably has it too, because it has some kind of parry. So yeah, the lockdown mechanic is super cool. I like it a lot. Like it does a lot to really mix up how different weapons can be utilized as different tools. And that's the biggest thing that I'm like getting out of how is this a pixel layer? This shouldn't be a pixel layer. It should be a vector layer. The fuck? How did this get made of? The hell? Sorry, I gotta... It's not right. How did this get turned into a pixel layer? Hold on, everybody. I don't know... Did I hit something? Was I not paying attention? Because that should not be a pixel layer. It should be a vector layer. If I delete this... What the... Yeah, that should be that, right? What the fuck? Well, we get to do that all again because something weird happened. I have no idea. I have no idea. Because of that, I hate that thing. You had a time and input with the monster's attack, sort of like the longsword parry, but you charge it. The timing is a lot less forgiving. Huh. I know there's been of course, there's a lot of like counter moves that they have implemented, re-implemented. Bow has a weird max charge now, where if you dodge at the right time, it'll max charge your bow. Bow has a lot of interesting things about it. I also really like... I'm 50-50 on it. I think I wished that maybe they went a little bit farther with it, but I still like what they're going for because different weapons work differently with it anyways, and I could see, honestly, for direct mounted use, probably the bow guns are going to get you the best value since, as far as I know, without having played it much, bow guns are going to have the most utility use no matter what if you're on mount back. By the way, I love our Chocobo. He's so good. I love our Chocobo. Everybody should love the Chocobo. I'll put it this way. It would be neat if they brought back Palamutes, and if they did something maybe at least to distinguish them. Maybe their movement style or their movement speed would be different, but they definitely should not have them be the way they were in Rise. I like them better as a mount. I like them so much better as a mount. Yes. One thing that disappoints me, though, is, and I really wanted to test this, and it doesn't seem to be the case, you cannot block while you are on a mount. That doesn't mean that there isn't utility to having a lance on your mount. In fact, there's still a lot of utility to having a lance on the mount. It's quite good. A lance and gun lance on mount are still quite good. I'm just disappointed that you can't block while you're mounted, because I really wanted that to be a thing where you could, say, switch to your lance, get a block or a charge in, and then switch back to your main melee weapon to dismount. Unfortunately, you can't do that. So I still think that for me, the best mounted weapons are going to be ranged weapons, specifically the bow guns. The bow is a little bit too combo heavy, and loses a lot of its combo functionality, though it still probably is like fine for just doing chip damage. That's the one thing I like about the mounted, is mounted combat is about chasing. Like, it still is not the focus, and it still is not as fleshed out as the main combat, but I already see it having uses, far more uses than even let's just say Elden Ring. They definitely at least tried to make the mounted attacks much more applicable and much more useful. I'll put it that way. Yeah, it's true. And the good news is you can joust. The jousting is good and functional. Don't get it twisted. I actually think taking Lance on your mount as a mounted chip damage user is a good thing for it. Switching to the Lance to be able to charge forward and just hit a monster while it's running in the butt is a good use for that. It really is. You tried to claw a monster a little too often? Claw. Clutch Claw is in the game. Is it in the game? If Clutch Claw is in the game, it's totally optional. In fact, I like that they iterated on the Clutch Claw to add the wounding mechanic as a thing that happens naturally now, instead of a thing that you have to use a specific tool for. I like that wounding is something that works directly into combat. That's my whole thing, is I like when they work elements of that directly into the combat instead of making it a gimmick that you have to force. Like the wounding mechanic from World, I have my opinions, and they do ultimately come down to that they are antagonistic to people like me who are going for speedrun times. It is not good for speedrunning. It's fine for gameplay, but it's not good for speedrunning. It just isn't. It's too cumbersome and too strong at the same time. It grants too many benefits for how unreliable it is, which was what my issue was with cracking, which is why I kind of did ride the dick tail of everybody else in the Monster Hunter World speedrun community, that the Clutch Claw was not very good for us, because in order to get, if you wanted to go for times, you had to engage with it in a way that was not fun. You had to engage with it in a way that was not fun. It was too as I told Sean, unreliability is not good for speedruns, and the Clutch Claw was not reliable for how important it was. Oh, it isn't. Yeah, that's fair. I don't mind that the Slinger is back. I still don't think I'll use it, but they've done a thing that I really appreciate, that instead of adding gimmicks, they've added tools. They made it a point that they just added tools, and that's the way it should have been always. That's what Monster Hunter, at its best, I'm not saying it always is this, but at its best feels like you have a toolkit. It's not your play style is influenced by the way you use your weapon and weapons, not the weapon that you use, if that makes sense. The whole concept of maining a weapon has been a little bit of a chip on my shoulder, because as somebody who's played those games for a very long time, weapon maining is not a thing. It's not. It really isn't. It really shouldn't be. You should not use one weapon. You should use a lot of weapons. And Wilds allowing you to take two weapons with you inherently insinuates that they want you to think about your build as what weapons do you bring, not what weapon do you use. Because again, they really want to make it clear that all the different weapons should be something that you should consider on some level. You should want to use all the weapons. You should. They're all different, and they all have different utilizations with strengths and weaknesses that are better against different monsters. Slinger stuns are great for stopping the monster from running away too far. Also, now that you can always have infinite throwing knives, tranq knives are gonna start being useful. Yeah! I mean, they're probably just going to replace tranq bombs. I don't even know. If I'm going to give a criticism to the game, by the way, can we talk about inventory? Because inventory looks like an Excel spreadsheet from hell. Like, I think I understand how it works, but it definitely looked at it and went, oh, God, what the hell is happening here? I did describe it as, let me see. As I was telling James, I wanna look at the exact phrasing. Oh yeah. As I said to him, the fuck is this Excel ass CSV spreadsheet bullshit they've added to consumable equipment? Like, I see what they're going for, and yet they've made it a little bit obtuse. I'll put it that way, but what is Monster Hunter but UI that's a little bit obtuse the first time you see it? I'm not going to say it's always been good. I'm just going to say they certainly did find a way to make it new. I'll put it that way. They did find a way to make it new. I'm sure I'll be fine when I understand how it works, but it definitely was a sight to behold. I was like, there's slots, there's columns and rows. They mean something. That's all I could deduce. And I will say, they made Mount very satisfying. I like the Palamutes, but they definitely improved on them. Sir, sir, sir. What? What? So salty, and I don't know why. Uh-huh. It's something. It's the screaming hour. It's the screaming hour. That's what time is it? It's the screaming hour. Oh boy, where's this gonna come? Okay, good. He's dictated that it's the screaming hour. Sometimes you just need a good screaming hour, I understand. Sometimes we all just need a good screaming hour. So I don't know how I'm gonna affect this, but I feel like this needs to be probably positioned a little bit more to the right. In fact, I probably need to position it more to the right, make a line go down that way. We'll see. I might fix that. Maybe I won't. It's one error. Nobody's gonna see that, right? See it? See it? I'll look at it and go, why didn't I fix that? I will say, man, my laptop couldn't come soon enough. It still is ridiculous that it's in the shop, in the condition that it's in, no less. I even tried to get it back, and let's just say it's not in a usable condition right now. Because reasons that are concerning. Don't know how they managed to do this, but they managed to take apart my laptop in such a way that it can't easily go back together, which is not great. They didn't seem concerned that it was in the condition at all and that it wouldn't be fixed as soon as the last part comes back, but it is a bit concerning to me that I left it with them in a condition that, whilst wasn't ideal, was still usable, and is in a condition that is unusable right now. It's a bit alarming that they did that. But yeah, I am super excited for Monster Hunter Wilds. I really liked it. I really liked the traversal. Rest in peace, Wirebug. I was hoping that would just have both as an option. Just to be like, hey, if you liked the Wirebug, even without the combos, they didn't even need to keep the Wirebug combos, but if they just kept the traversal for it, I would have been happy. As opposed to Slinger, because then the trade-off would be like, do you want a utility item that has like a bunch of shots and stuff, or do you want to be able to utilize a more traversal element? Like, I would have really liked that. And if they were like, well, then you can't use flash pods, it'd be like, then fucking eat me. I didn't use flash pods before anyways. Not often anyways. It'd be the trade-off. You couldn't use some of your throwables, or have throwable variants that are the throwable versions that are a little bit less reliable or something. I don't know. Or just allow you to throw those items. Keep trank bombs for that exact reason. They also brought back paint bombs, which I find is interesting, but I don't know what they do. I'm glad that they did. I feel like uh whilst I appreciate that they streamlined things, I did like the idea of paint bombs, and it added some tension when a paint bomb was lost, or when the paint bomb wore off and you had to actually like track the monster. And then also there added a little bit of an element of like intuition with time, where you could like kind of intuit where a monster would go after you fought it enough. Like, I like stuff like that. I don't know. I like it. I liked it. So, but I didn't really get to try it out. I saw that it was there, but there was a lot to ingest. Even with all the tutorials, there's a lot to ingest when it comes to wilds. Oof. Oops. Storch. Storch. Everybody like their storches. I like me storches. Oh god. I guess Falk is kind of tall, isn't she? Hell yes. Somebody did there. I didn't realize there's so much fan art of a Storch and a Colibri. Of course there is. I immediately thought of the Storch Colibri combo, so of course there's a ton of fan art of Storches and Colibris. Like I said, I kind of hope I can finish this, but well, not today. I hope that I can finish this like by next time. I do not think I'm going to get this done today, though, unfortunately. Just because of the nature of the tablet I'm using is very awkward, but I'll try to get as much as I can done. And as a review of the spooky month, since this is kind of like a review of spooky month, it was good. I'm glad we got to play through Signalis. We're gonna finish up Night in the Woods soon and get back to probably Fantasy Star 4. Sean and I will finish Silent Hill 2 and then probably move on from there. Something else. Maybe I'll finally make him play. See, now what's funny is it's slowly becoming, now I make Sean play the video games. We'll see. He's played the last few, maybe it's his turn to make me play something. That's maybe what we should do, is just switch on each other. It's just every time I make him play a game, he has to make me play a game. Because we have such an enormous list of games to play. I did make him play, like, well, I played Signal, so... No! No! Wait, huh? How dare you? Never regret. Never regret, as long as you're happy with the purchase. I'm just drawing Stork. I'm just drawing a Storch, don't worry about me. Do that. I'm gonna go halvesies. Yeah. Yeah, maybe lighter, actually. I still don't know what I did earlier to get that to draw on the pixel layer, because that definitely wasn't supposed to do that, and that's definitely not how this fucking program works. Whoa. No! Dude, clothes are expensive, man. I don't blame you. Clothes get expensive. I've looked at it and I'm like, I want new clothes, and I want good-looking clothes, and why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive? I like a combination of clothes that make me feel handsome and pretty, and it's all fucking expensive. It's awful. I hate it. It's the worst. It's the worst. Yeah. God, I still can't tell if storks are... If they're... I guess it would be a leg. It's too long to be an arm, but also I feel like it would make more sense if it's an arm. I've always interpreted this as an arm, but it is very long. It would make more sense lengthwise as a leg. But the marking on it also implies that I think it is an arm, because it's got the band on it, and the band is something that only appears on arms. Opened at 4:30. Measure your shoulders to be sure, and that sucks. That's crazy, though. How'd that happen? You wouldn't think. It's just a shirt. Are people eating them? I always wonder about stuff like that, where it's like, I get if something's popular, but Jesus. Hydrate bot. Trying to blink more. Notice I'm really bad about not blinking, and thus my eyes get freaking destroyed. There's that eye strain. Some of that eye strain, I guess. My eyes are fine, I swear. Ooh. Yeah, I like that. Oh, she looks good. Oh, she looks good. This is the second release of this clothing drop at the time, and last time all clothes were gone in an hour. Oh, that's good. That's cool, too. That sucks. that they were gone so fast, though. Lame. Also, I'll go ahead and use this color for this boy. Man, I gotta say, even though I have to use this old bamboo tablet, I can already tell that even without it, like, I've definitely gotten much more proficient in things that I think I struggled with a little bit. I certainly have gotten much more precise and confident with the drawing. Yeah, 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 and that's dope. Poor people like that. That's good for them, good for you. Dang it. Buy clothes that make you feel good. Dang it. Dang it. Want to feel pretty? Feel pretty. I've had moments where I felt that way, so yeah. Alright. Ooh, this does look quite good. Boy, that's gonna be a little distracting. Gotta put a line there. Gotta put a line there, so that way it doesn't distract me too much. Only gonna distract me a little bit. It's a little distracting. Probably should have at least done like a Gardic phone or something. I would have been fine, but I definitely needed a couple of those Fridays. The month has been something. I usually like October a lot, but this October was a bit challenging for me in a lot of ways. Still good. We still did a lot, but man, did it get harrowing there a couple times. I'll put it that way. Yeah. I just know how to place it. Like I said, I feel like when I was growing up with my kind of expertise, I was a very big scribbler. I was a very big scribbler, and I was much more like layers and layers and layers to get something to go where I want rather than just trying to put it down, put it onto it in like a direct way. Made for a lot of my art to look very sketchy, which can look good, but also not very clean. And I always wanted cleaner art. I did. Uh-huh. I don't know if I would say I had a canon event, just a lot of events that were very frustrating. My laptop situation, my internet situation. Technically, the internet situation and laptop situation wasn't October, they just came to a head in October. They've been going on for months. Nah, just a lot of things seemingly going wrong at very inopportune times. That reminds me. Now imagine that this red candle. Get it? Because we played a red candle game. Devotion was good. I really liked Devotion, actually. Highly recommend it. I want to play Nine Souls now, because everything I've heard about Nine Souls, I would actually like it quite a bit. They're good writers. They do a good job. Let me see. Is this too... That's too dark. I need to lighten. Yeah, that's more the... what I'm going for. I also just like doing these mats a lot. I like these really clean color mats that I've been doing. And then I like rendering over it. That's just a style that I've really enjoyed practicing. Because it allows me to more consistently think through things like lighting and stuff, and color and stuff. If I can just put the color down without lighting, and then add the lighting afterwards. What I'll probably do is, like, these guys will be the regular mats, but I will go back up to the top ones and add, like, more kind of, like, grainier effects. You'll see. It won't be vector. I just asked Sean if he's ready to see more triangle hat, and he just said, "Hell yeah, let's kill Maria." Listen, we, or at least we, are not very big fans of the changes they made to Maria. Not because she's actually doing a bad job voice acting, but because they made her not shut the fuck up. She talks too much in places where she shouldn't talk. Guys, what's funny is I was like thinking about this fairly recently, and I was even like thinking about it in my head of like, when is it appropriate for a character to be talking or not talking in a game, in any game? Like, anyone who talks too much in a game talks too much. That is a design struggle sometimes, you know? Like, talking too much can really take you out of the experience depending on the context. Once again, how does this happen? I must have switched it on accident at some point. Yeah, I must have somehow switched that on accident. What's funny is if my hand really gets tired, I will just use my mouse. I will just use my mouse. Because I'm not like doing anything that special. I can just use my mouse for this too. Oh my god. Should I have just been using my mouse this whole time? Am I a dum-dum? How could one draw with a mouse? What is he, insane? Eh. That's just how uncomfortable my bamboo tablet is. It really is. It doesn't lend me that much more of an advantage. Because its pressure and its rotation is kind of busted, so I'm not getting any pressure sensitivity. It's slightly faster in some ways. Yep, that's when it happened. I hit the wrong button. Whatever pen I have on for the pixel is very similar to the vector. I need to change it. It's like a hard brush, which is very weird. What's funny is I keep on drawing myself with this shirt, and I haven't really had a shirt like this in a while. The closest I have is a kind of like burgundy, dark red shirt, plaid shirt. But one of my favorite shirts has always been this like mahogany colored shirt. Mahogany, burgundy. I like burgundy. I like a good muted red. I should look at just going and getting some new clothes. Some of my shirts are just getting way too ratty. They're getting way too ratty. Time to go to the Kohl's, see what's on clearance. Usually what I do. Where I get my supply of buttoned shirts. Another reason why I can't wait to get the laptop back is one of the restrictions of this bamboo tablet is its just sheer size. It is so small. So that means that I have to be very, very delicate and careful because a little movement will make a big change on the screen. You were a little bummed out before, but now you're super upset about the skirt disappearing. No! Yeah, get some food. That sucks, Comfy. I'm sorry. Hopefully you'll get it next time. If they have an online store or anything, try to, if you can order one, you can always go for that too. Hopefully you can. I've been lucky. I don't really usually have any engagement with limited time stuff with like that. But I'm in a lot of ways a very utilitarian person. I'm just like, I work with whatever I can fucking find. Ah, gotcha. That's lame. Hopefully you can get some next time. I believe in you. Oh shit, I have the wrong layer again. Be very careful about that. Very bad about hitting the B button when I mean to hit the V button. just now. Yeah, yeah. At least you were able to get some shirts. So then next time you can focus on trying to get the skirt. Do it. Do it. Actually, go a little bit darker. Go a little bit darker. Hi, Droidbot. Actually, now, like, is it too dark? Let's try filling it out first, and then I'll make that decision. Nah, it should be fine. One of the things about this tablet is just you gotta be... It does not like steady, slow movements, and that's really kind of limiting. Which is something I've really developed with the laptop pen to a certain extent. The laptop pen can kind of do that. I have a little bit more precision with the laptop pen. Also, you can do tapers a little bit easier with the laptop pen. That's why today I'm just focusing on coloring at least the mattes. I'm gonna get the mattes really good, and then I might start the rendering, but I don't know. I would feel confident rendering this. I might also clean up some of the line art. Well, I don't feel confident about that either. This is not the best line art tool. Very jittery. Now, that was weird. That was odd. I don't know why it did that, but whatever. We want to figure out how to get that candle light in there, because that hasn't been handled yet. But I think I'm just literally going to make it in a lighting layer of their own. It's going to be its own thing. Completely separate from the rest of this. Oh, fucking Jesus. It's every time. I thought about filling in my eyes, but maybe I leave them white to show that I am spooked. But I am afeared. But I am afraid. Ooh, yeah, I like how that looks so far. Man, that Xenomorph, I'm really proud of that Xenomorph. He came out really good. Like, really, really good. As somebody who's drawn a lot of Xenomorphs, like, that is mayhaps the best Xenomorph I've ever drawn. It's really good. Elster. See the colors of Pyramid Face. Give me the red pyramid thing. Hello, Triangle Face. Hello, Triangle Face. How are you doing today? It's funny, is the best Triangle Face picture I can find has a really silly picture on it that helps be like, oh yeah, that's what that's supposed to be. Elster. Elster. Eh, why'd you do that? Give me Elster. Give me Elster. Oh, I forgot her face bars. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Okay, we'll see if we can do this. Zooming in does help a lot, since it allows me to make bigger strokes. A little bit, at least. Another issue is because of my setup, I don't have constraints on this, so it is even more of a problem because I have such a wide screen. There we go. That wasn't that bad. Yeah, just like that. The Elster's easy to draw. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. We're gonna go back up here and use this black. Use this for black for Elster, because nothing is true black. It's not here. It'd be too hard to tell what her body is shaped like if I did that. At least I would think so. So I'm so used to a different brush that you can like blow up to that size and it wouldn't be a problem. This brush likes to get really, really big. Doesn't help that I can't really control the taper. Well, I can't really control the taper on the other pen either that much. It's just much easier to make much more precise strokes with it. And in retrospect, yeah, I probably could have worked on this a week ago, but I just really thought I would have my laptop back by now, okay. Apparently I've had the worst luck on the planet when it comes to my laptop being in the shop. There are just some times where stuff like this happens and it's like, I get it, but also, why is everything fucked? Does it have to be? Also, I might make her like the dark part of her outfit darker. I make that more red too. We'll see. As long as you can tell it's Elster, I'm happy. But ahoy, creeper! Howdy, howdy, howdy. It's me. I feel like a goober though. I was for Halloween. I was like, at least I should wear my favorite hat, and I didn't wear it. And I was like, God dang it! I knew I was gonna forget something. And I forgot a couple things, but I knew that was something I was definitely going to forget. Like, darn it, blasted. I really feel like I've done a good job though with all these characters because it was good. It was a good Halloween. I kind of want to do something like this every year now. Like I said, making this. I really like making collages. Collages are fun. They can be, anyways. They also can be super frustrating. Ugh. Hmm. Ooh, that's hard to decide. Ooh, that's hard to decide, actually. I think I will darken it a little bit, actually. Given her how, like, black her outfit is, I really should. Not this. It's too dark. Or this too light. If I make it... Yeah, I need to do that. Yeah, that's for the best. He also has black hair like I do. Back hair. What's funny is my hair is kind of weird, and I never knew I had this quality to my hair, but my hair kind of has like a natural tint to it, because normally it's like this really, really, really dark black, but like when light hits it, it actually gets a little bit like reddish brown. And at the tips, it gets a little bit reddish brown. It's weird. And it's natural. It's not, I don't do anything for that. Good news! What's the news? I want to know the news. Tell me the news. I wish to know. What news has thus brought to this accursed land? Oh, nice. Nice. Someday I'll play through a playthrough of Stardew. Someday. I just need to play through the GameCube Harvest Moon game first, because that's a game that I was enamored with when I was younger and had requested my parents to rent multiple times. I do not know why I wanted to play that game so badly. Oh, she does have blue eyes. At least do this for now. So I don't know if I'll make the whole thing blue, or if I'll just make that blue and then make this black, I think, what I would go with. This. I think those should be darker, and her hair will be lighter, maybe? I don't want it to overwhelm it. Because the alternative is this, but I feel like this is going to be dark. We'll find out. We'll find out. Ah, gotcha. There you go. Trying to decide how to handle this hair. This is sometimes this is a tough thing with hair sometimes when I get myself in this kind of position where it's like the hair either needs to be darker and something else needs to be lighter. The thing underneath needs to be the darker thing. That's for sure. So the hair needs to be slightly lighter. That's E. Like, why is that not working? Because I'm hitting the wrong button. I will make this lighter. Only like slightly. Elster, I like you. You're great. I like Elster a lot. She's a good character. Elster probably one of my favorites for this season. Sorry, Amanda. You're just Ripley's daughter, and you don't bring anything to the table. You're just Ripley's daughter. You don't bring any personality to the table like your mom did. Yeah, that might help. Yeah, that's gonna help a lot. Sometimes you just gotta get in there and get in. Never forget 5 dice. 5 dice. Never forget 5 dice. Ah, my wrist. Fucking goddamn bamboo tablet kills my freaking wrist. Every time. Oh shit. God dang it. It's true black. Retrospect, maybe I should have made a layer, drawn over it, and then erased that, but eh. That's fine. But maybe we just make it a line. Fuck it. Like that. Just like that. Hope people don't interpret that as a mouth. That's not a mouth, that's her nose. The little bar on her face. A black bar on her face. She got 3 black bars on her face. And I never realized I really liked Elstru's blue eyes. They look good. For some reason I thought she had red eyes. I don't know why I thought she had red. She has kind of like a red pupil. Something red deep in her eyes. There we go. Then we just use this. Yeah, that works. That works. That works. Yeah, we're good. I really wanted to be efficient. I guess I could have just done a layer underneath and then merged down, but eh. 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 It's fine. It's fine. Working with a lot of limitations to begin with here, so I gotta work within my boundaries a little bit. Just a little bit. And then I hope one of the things that I'm going to try is I'm going to try making a speed draw of this. I've never done a speed draw video before, so I don't know what to expect, but I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. I'll probably try to cut this into a 20-minute video, but the thing is I don't know if I want to do just a regular speed draw or if I want to do like commentary for it or what. Wouldn't have a reason to do commentary for a speed draw. There wouldn't be any particular inspiration I'd be pulling on to do that. Now would I? God damn it. There's one thing I definitely need to go back when I get my other laptop is I'm gonna go through my line art and fucking connect the lines. Why am I so bad about that? I leave so many open lines. It bugs me. It really does. I'm like, how did I let that happen? Real, real dang problem that I have. I don't even know why I'm so bad about it. There she is. There's Elster. She looks good. She looks good. I like her. She looks appropriately sad. Isaac Clarke. Isaac Clerk. What's your color scheme, Isaac Clerk? Your color scheme is a nice bronze brown. Bronze brown and then the gray for everything else, it seems. Let's see, maybe a little bit darker. Nope, that's too much skin. Too skin color. What's funny is that's kind of right, but it actually needs more saturation. That's more like it. It'll help when I get into the lighting, because then I'll be able to make it look shiny like it's actual metal. Like metal really is. I really liked the Dead Space remake as well. I really enjoyed it, especially as somebody who's a pretty big Dead Space fan. Yeah, they did a good job with the Dead Space remake. I can't really complain about it. I don't know. I do have like a couple things that I think that I'm like, yeah, definitely play the original to at least like if you're interested in the history of why this game was kind of a big deal. I mean, there is something to be had and said about that this game was kind of a big deal when it first came out. Um it was just kind of a big deal. Just a little bit. And there are some stuff that I think the original does well. It does well. I do think that 2 is where it hit its apex. I think 2 is the better of the two games. I really do. Um, this game just plays like 2 in a lot of ways. I also think that whilst I like the way I like things about the way that they move, I think the necromorph animations are somewhat better in the original. They're a little bit static. They're a little bit static in the remake. And whilst they're still fast, they just don't have that wild nature to them that makes them really iconic for that. Like they did a really good job with a lot of the animations in the original. And the sound effects of the weapons from the original are top notch. The remake did okay with some of the sound effects, but they definitely feel like they lack some of the iconic punch that a lot of the weapons had. Um, but I think game design wise, it's great. I think it does a lot to expand and iterate on its original formula and give it much more of a survival horror-y feel. The level design in particular is fantastic. It is absolutely a step up from the original. And that's not because the original had innately bad level design, but its level design was very straightforward and very. When you do backtrack in that game, it's because the game tells you to backtrack. But at least Dead Space Remake, whilst you still do have to do those required backtracks, those backtracks are more well integrated to be more natural, and they're more interesting for it. The tram system is what it is, an actual fast travel system, instead of just being the way to get to the next part of the game. I think Isaac's pretty good. He definitely has much more interesting characterization. I think they do fine with him. And they add some stuff near the end to make him a little bit more, make at least the conflict, or not conflict, to add a little bit more conflict between him and Nicole. I like it. And it's a believable conflict for a relationship to have in that kind of situation. Also, I don't know what it is about Dead Space, but I believe I had the same issues, not in Dead Space 1 or Dead Space 2. Those games ran on my computer fine. Dead Space 3, though, I remember kind of also giving me some guff, which was really silly. That was because of my power supply, I believe. Luckily, I haven't had any issues with so far. Had a very, very reliable power supply. It was good. I think for that, it's the gray of the xenomorph. At least I know when I'm on the wrong brush now, because as soon as I see that it's that small, I'm like, oh no. Oh no, that's not the one. That's not the one I want. But yeah, I still liked it a lot. Still makes me crave for a more holistic iteration of it that really capitalizes on some of its more direct horror combat elements and actually really embraces a more survivalist situation with it. I think that one of the faults of Dead Space is that you do just kind of fight through everything, and I really like the idea of horror games when they make it a point that combat is an option, but your character is unreliable at it. I don't think it should be bad. I don't think it should be. It should feel unwieldy. I think combat in a good horror game should feel unwieldy, especially if your character is not supposed to be a combat um, oriented individual. I think Isolation does a pretty good job of that in a certain sense. Like you don't really get the impression that Amanda is a fighter, but if she has to, she has to. Um, she'll do the dang thing. She'll kick some butt if she needs to. So I'm going to lighten this a little. A little bit more. That's good enough, I think. I still remember. I don't know how the fuck they just kind of gloss over it too. Why you see a character die, but then he's just not dead? That bugged the ever living fuck out of me. I won't lie. It's like, oh, this character clearly dies, and I'm like, he's a pretty important character. I don't remember him dying, and then he's just in another cutscene, and it's like, what the fuck? It was very weird. I think his voice actor does fine. He's a little bit more generic, which is a shame for the voice actor. I feel like that's not a dig at the voice actor, but his voice is just very basic. Whereas the original Dr. Klein sounds very distinct. Sure, it might even be a little bit cartoonish, but a little bit of cartoonishness can be a good thing when it comes to style. There's a thing that seems to be happening in a lot of games, especially remakes, where quote unquote realism is being prioritized. And the reason why I kind of say that with a bit of a derogatory term is flattening things out neither makes them more realistic nor better. This has been my hot take. This has been my hot take. Because we're experiencing that in the Silent Hill 2 remake a little bit, is flattening everything out doesn't do anything to make it better. It just flattens everything. Removes an element of uniqueness to it. And texture. It removes texture. Smoothing something out removes texture, and texture is important in an experience, especially when video games are in question. Texture is a huge part of video games, I would say. Or at least it can be. Texture can be a huge part of video games. I'm gonna try this. Doesn't mean you need to inherently bake in rough edges, but rough edges can do a lot for an experience, I think. And then making choices that not necessarily are inherently rough, but are certainly exaggerated or not exactly like that have at least like differences in tone or sense or anything like it make a big difference. So let's go. That I'm gonna do. Oh, lighter. Hope that works. Yeah, that works. I think that works. Skeleton will be easy because skeletons are all white. If your skeleton isn't white, what's wrong with your skeleton? What happened to your skeleton? It shouldn't be like that. You go see a doctor. Skeletons should be white. I might give it a little yellow. I like giving a little yellow to skeletons. typically what I do. Give him a little bit of a hint of beige. Badge. That's not even where I meant to color pick that. That's not even close to the color pick I was trying to pick. Fresco. Ugh. Take this. Fill in his eyes at least. Fill in his eyes and his chest hole. Something I've gotten much better at is being like, instead of being really rough with how I draw on a lot of things, I actually am like, okay, no, I'm gonna put this where I want it. I'm gonna put the color where I want it and know the motion to get that. Which characters are in this drawing? Well, start with the obvious. Me. That's me. Isaac Clarke. Elster from Signalis. Isaac Clarke from Dead Space. Skeleton Boy from my animation. Pumpkin from that time I drew the pumpkin. James Sunderland from Silent Hill 2. Amanda Ripley from Isolation. You got the Xenomorph. You've got a Storch from Signalis. You've got Necromorph from Dead Space. You've got Pyramid Hat. You got Pyramid Head. You've got the Red Pyramid thing, which I refuse to say that that's his name. I don't care if he wants to go by it. He's Pyramid Head. He's always been Pyramid Head. I've always known him as Pyramid Head, and the world knows him as Pyramid Head. He's not the Red Pyramid thing. No one can convince me that he's the Red Pyramid thing. I don't care if Google calls him that. He's not. He's Pyramid Head. No one knows him as the Red Pyramid thing. James does. He's the only one. Nobody knows him as Red Pyramid thing. I didn't even know that was what technically Pyramid Head's name was until it was pointed out to me, so that's why I'm so infuriated by it. I swore he calls him Pyramid Head too! But then Sean was like, yeah, he calls him the Red Pyramid thing. And I'm like, what? Does he? I really didn't know. And then the door from Devotion. The door is in the background from Devotion. Uh-huh. The Sleepy Hollow Man does have a name, but everyone knows him as the Headless Horseman. I think he does have a name. He's not a Doulahan. Well, actually, I don't know if he's a Doulahan. He might actually be a Doulahan. I don't know the mechanics of Doulahans, but I don't know if the Sleepy Hollow Horseman is a Doulahan. I'm about to look that the fuck up. Is the Headless Horseman real? Follow a Doulahan. Famous examples include the Doulahan from Ireland, who is a demonic fairy usually depicted riding a horse carrying his head under his arm, the Legend of Sleepy, and the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. A short story written in the 1820s by American writer Washington Irving, which has been adapted to several other works of literature. He is! He's a Doulahan. I actually did not know that he was a Doulahan, or he could be considered a Doulahan. I did not know that. That's cool. Look at me being smart about my shit. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense that he's a Doulahan. I just didn't think think that he actually was a Doulahan. I almost forgot. I was like, I could be a little bit messy with that. I'm like, no, I can't. That's a different color of black. Different shade of black. Orange. A little bit darker. Yeah, that's more like it. Always love me a screaming pumpkin. Always love me a screaming pumpkin. We all appreciate a screaming pumpkin here, I think. We all appreciate a screaming pumpkin here. I'd hope, anyways. Once again, this is stream. Guys, make sure to have read your stream textbook for this week. Stream knowledge is you should know Batman and if you don't know Batman, go watch Batman, Spider-Man. Go do it now. It's real good, real good, cute. It's fun. It comes from an era in my life that I just don't think will ever happen really again, unless I decide to make it. I guess. I guess. I mean, I did make that joke, I believe, to Sean fairly recently of I'm getting to the point in my life where I go, I want to see a thing, and I make the thing myself. Instead of trying, hope somebody will do it instead. Hydrate man! And have a good lurk. Reaper. Remember to mute the tab and not the stream, because that's the way it works, because Twitch is weird. Yeah, for anybody out there who doesn't know, the best way to get, if you want to support somebody by lurking, you have to mute the tab. You have to mute the tab of Twitch itself. You cannot just mute the stream. Muting the stream, you'll suddenly no longer count as a viewer, which is bullshit. It's bullshit, and pretty much everyone agrees that it's bullshit. Except for, I guess, Twitch. Their platform, not mine. There we go. There we go. I'm so close to finishing this piece, though. And the colors are coming in really nice. Like, really, really nice. I like it. Yeah, I'll leave the stock. I'll leave the stock like that for now. I'll leave the stock like that for now. Damn, it's already almost 12 o'clock. The hell did that happen? Give me. God dang it, YouTube. Oops. Oh no. I was on the wrong window and I started trying to zoom out and it did something weird. It did something nasty doing that. It is nice to have the mouse for very specific things. I do like that. Being able to move some stuff around, but man. I want my pen back. I just want my laptop back. Really all. Really would like my laptop back. It's more fleshy. This mix also always reminds me that now that we're playing the remake, they've done a good job with the music on the whole, but man, it's really hard. They would have really have been hard pressed to fuck up the music of this game. That's one of the unique things about Silent Hill in its regards to horror is how much it is a tone piece. It's not about fighting monsters. It really isn't. It really isn't, and it really shouldn't be. Hot take. Because at its core, Silent Hill is about the tone piece of James trying to process trauma. Like that's a huge thing about the game, and ironically, the monsters are there to be something that imposes upon him, but not the thing that you want to be doing or the thing that's good to a certain extent, because the focus isn't on the monsters, the focus is on James. The other characters, for that matter. James is not there to fight monsters. He really isn't. And in a certain sense, making the game about fighting the Silent Hill monsters kind of removes the stylistic choice of making it that James isn't there to fight the monsters. He isn't. He really isn't. I think that would be something that's fair to say, is it is a bit of a misinterpretation to believe that James is there to fight things in Silent Hill. He's really not. And thus having combat that complements that, even if it is reductive. That's the thing, is like reduction in something or making something not fleshed out can be done correctly if applied correctly. The irony is fleshing it out kind of ruins that tone. It ruins that tone for what Silent Hill is honestly more known for. And I'm not gonna point any fingers. I'm just airing a bit of a airing a bit of a feeling of the original that I really appreciate. That if people really enjoyed the remake, they should try the original, because if they liked the remake for the story, you should still play the original, because in some ways the gameplay complements the original better. The gameplay of the original complements the tone better. Because there's a little bit of tonal whiplash. There really is. Like, if you enjoyed it, but enjoyed it for the story, you would probably really like the original. If you liked it for the gameplay, you probably wouldn't. That's where I will be honest. Like, if you liked the gameplay of the remake, or the gameplay that it was, you really wouldn't probably like the original, because the original is not about fighting monsters. Like, you do fight monsters in it, but you're really not encouraged to, and you're really not, they're really not something there to really impose that much on you, other than giving you a stressor to deal with. If you want that, you should go play 3, or 1. 3 and 1. 3 and 1 are way more aggressive. James Sunderland. James Sunderland. James Sunderland. Give me the old James. Give me the old James. Jacket. Oh, dude, they're in stock. Only $189 for James Sunderland's jacket? What the fuck? I want his look so bad. I do love his jacket, though. It's really good. James Sunderland. That doesn't zoom in at all. Computer, that doesn't, like, zoom in at all. You lied to me. What's funny is James is really pale. I need to take this color. I need to go here. Maybe even cut that in half. No. James, why are you so pale? James, why are you so pale? Ugh, how'd that get there? Well, must have dragged my pen on accident. I didn't even realize. I don't know why James is so pale. Never realized he was this pale. Pale, pale, pale. I just love saying it. James, eat a sandwich. You look like you're gonna pass out. This. It. I probably should have done the hair first. Yuck. That's fine. I can color over it. Yeah, that looks good. I like that. And then his hair, he's a blondie boy. He's a blondie boy. little bit more. Yeah. James, you blonde. James, you blonde. He is a diva. James is a diva. Both of them. I love you, James. Say it out of respect. Say it out of kindness and friendship and being an embarrassing friend. This is the relationship we have. Have to maintain it somehow. Heck. Need to zoom in more. There we go. All things considered, I think I'm making pretty good time getting these mats down, at least. It's good. God, I'm not looking forward to tomorrow because I have to wake up early. I don't want to, but I'm going to have to. Because I'm a cretin. You don't have to get into why I have to wake up early. I'm just gonna say everyone should be waking up early tomorrow. That's all. Go wake up early tomorrow. It's important, everybody. It's an important day. Go wake up early. Be responsible. I can be responsible, so can you. The spitting image, Mr. Sunderland. Spit in that image. Tell you what. There we go. Now I need his iconic green jacket. It's a little bit more saturated. It's like that-ish. Yeah, no, that's right. A little bit less saturation, but it's close. Yeah, that's right. It's weird because thinking about it, I think I want to choose the lightest green possible because it's easier to make something darker than it is to make it lighter when it comes to lighting. And true color is the fullest light color that you can that isn't a highlight. That's what that's what like kind of dictates what a color is, but it can be really difficult to parse that sometimes even. This area? Color it very carefully. What am I gonna do when I get all the mats in though? I guess I'll try some rendering. I'll try some basic rendering. I might see if I can experiment with the candle a little bit. I guess I still need to do the whole door, don't I? Still need to do the whole door. Gray shirt. James, and your black. How many shirts does this man wear? He's wearing a jacket, a button-up shirt, and an undershirt. I guess that's pretty normal. I'm the weirdo who doesn't usually wear undershirts anymore. I really don't. I wear hoodies without undershirts. I'm a freak, I guess. I'm ready. I'm ready. I don't know what I'm ready for, but I'm ready. There we go. There we go. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. God damn it. I say as I try to color this in and keep on making mistakes. It's just that easy. There he is. It's James. Yeah, that looks like James. I think that looks like Mr. James Sunderland. I think that looks pretty well like Mr. Sunderland. I find this mix to be very silly because as many times as I've heard this mix titled, the chill Silent Hill music, all of the chill Silent Hill music comes from 2. Like, 3 has some, but all the chill music comes from 2. Makes sense, too, based on what 2 is about. That's why it's so important to kind of remember that 2 is very much a tone piece, and it should be treated as a tone piece, and, it's a very good tone piece. It's funny, this... Don't use red. Pink. So that it's faded. And one more. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that works. I'm a clever boy. Which leaves Amanda, triangle face, scalp pin, and the door. Replay. Replay. It has more of an olive. Oh, well, I guess it's not really olive. It's more like, is it gray? I can't tell. Is it olive or is it gray? I'll probably add a little bit of green into it, just so that way it has a little bit of saturation. This is something that I always typically try to do, is like, nothing is perfectly gray either, and in this case, it's got like a little bit of green in it. It's got like a little bit of green in it. It's not olive, but it is greenish. What flavor of gray is this? Yeah, see? So something more like this. And still a little too much saturation. Gotta reduce it a little bit. Oops, that's her face. That's not where it goes. Yeah, that's perfect. Color selection is something I've always had a bit of an interest in, and color theory is something that when I learned that I could manipulate colors in an image and like really get something out of it, like get some style, some kind of like feeling out of it, I've always really enjoyed trying to experiment with color utilization and color selection. It's something that I have a bit of an innate eye for, because I think a lot of people have trouble with picking colors sometimes. Um, Color values can be very, very difficult to distinguish. I have an eye and a mind for color. I know, I mean, like, I picked up on contrasting colors very early on, but part of my fascination with contrasting colors wasn't like they were the right thing to do. I just thought it looked good. I thought it made for very striking imagery in a lot of the work that I worked on when I first started getting into complementary colors. God dang it, I hate when that happens. Don't do that. I don't know why it does that. It's annoying. I don't know what color that thing is. I don't know what color that thing is on her chest. Like a pendant. Yeah, I meant to play this in. Boop. That's better. Carrot. I'm chewing my carrot. And she has dark brown hair. Like bearish? There's a little bit of saturation in it. And a little darker. Poop brown. I don't want poop brown. That's too desaturated. I'll go with that. I'll give her a little bit more distinct hair. I don't know if it's correct, but eh. Can't really see her hair, at least in the reference that I'm using. It's really hard to see it. It's too dark. Picture's too dark. Classic. Oh, it's too dark. It's a horror picture, promotional picture, so the picture has to be impossible to see. Make her a little bit lighter too. Gotta push it sometimes. That's better. I'm glad it works that way. It's a nice shortcut to have. Also, I don't know what it is about specifically the bamboo tablet or the way that I draw in general. I really don't like to pick up my pen much. I actually feel like I have this problem more with the bamboo tablet, though. Something about it, I just really want to press into it and not pick up the brush that many times whenever I'm doing something. Because something about this gives a very etchy feeling. Feels like you're etching when you're drawing with this bamboo tablet. It does to me. Scratching into a surface. Also, being able to see where your pen is does help. At least it helps me. Certainly helps my sense of precision. Back. Back. Here we go. There we go. Ah. I wanted to go faster, and yet all it does is make problems. A classic. I want this tool to make... This tool could make it go faster, but instead all it does is make it make mistakes because I'm not skilled enough with it. Apparently I did not finish drawing Amanda because she's missing all sorts of details on her line art. What the hell? Must have been getting tired when I got to Amanda Ripley. Her hair up here isn't attached to anything. Wide. Wide. I was okay with ignoring that for a second, but then I saw that hair missing. I was like, oh, god damn it. Just distracting me. Just distracting me too much. That's better. There we go. Yeah. Then for like these gaps, I'm probably just gonna put a dark color in there, so that way I don't have to worry about it. It should be a really dark red. Or something. Probably. God damn it. I'm hitting B instead of E. Oh my god. Yeah, that is a bit nuts. How big is it? Surely it's not that big. I can't even imagine Stardew Valley being that big of a game. I mean, there's a lot in it. I'm not going to say that it's a small game, but like, your Stardew Valley doesn't get big because of the game. Your Stardew Valley gets big because of all the mods you've installed into it, I would believe. I would be led to believe, anyways. I'm full of shit for that. Maybe I'm full of shit for that. If we're going to talk about chill Silent Hill 3 songs, this is probably the chillest Silent Hill 3 song, and I love it. It's a good song. And then her weird flashlight thing is just kind of different colors of gray. I don't know, man. Kind of difficult to distinguish from anything else. Hmm. Not a good. That's not a good tone of gray. Died. Go here. Oh God. That'll do it. Hey, Amanda's looking pretty good. Amanda's looking pretty good. Still don't know what the hell that thing is on her chest. Make it this color because I'm weird. Like a weird pendant thing. I can't get a close enough look at it to tell what it actually is. I have no idea. I don't know what it is. Those will just put that in like that. Then, but I had a lighter gray. Maybe I don't have a lighter gray. Yeah, that's the lightest gray I think I have, actually. Yeah, I like that. That looks good. That looks great. Ugh, rub me eyes. Oh, Jesus. Break my glasses with my hair. How have I done this? I love my hair. I'm about to chop it off, man. What are you even hooked on? Too dangs long. It's too dams long. Finally have short hair again. That'd be... I think everybody would be confused if I suddenly had short hair again one day. They'd be like, Isaac, what the hell happened to your head? And I'd be like, I just didn't want it no more. It was getting annoying. Didn't want to deal with it no more. Wait, did I not color that in? I thought I did. Huh. Probably did on the wrong layer. Probably did on a pixel layer on accident. Ah, gotcha. See, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. It's like, yeah, that doesn't seem right. 13 hours for an update for anything is pretty egregious, let alone fucking Stardew. Like I said, unless I'm mistaken, it's not supposed to be a big game. I would be hard pressed to believe that, regardless of how much is in that game, that it would ever take up really that much space. Ooh, interesting. I have some choices here, and actually, I think I do make it this. At least for the head. At least for the head, I make it that color. I do like this pyramid head sketch I made. He looks good. What's funny is you would think for somebody who's literally called Pyramid Head that his like shape would be easy to draw, and really they did something special. They made Pyramid Head's hat very weird. They made it very weird. It could have been easy to just stick a triangle on someone's head, and they really actually didn't. His head is not just a triangle. It's got a lot of really weird, misshapen elements to it that make it hard to really grasp what exactly Pyramid Head's head is other than the shape of a weird triangle. But it's a really weird triangle. It's got way more than three sides, let's be honest. Here we go. Still can't get over Pyramid Head being in Homecoming and what they did to him because it's so weird. Um it's pretty much completely agreed that Pyramid Head is very much a Silent Hill 2 thing. He like can only exist in Silent Hill 2 because he's very specifically something that is James Sunderland. He's not like a resident of Silent Hill. The irony is he doesn't live in Silent Hill. He lives in James's head in Silent Hill. And yet Homecoming brings him back and he's like hot and buff and it's like, guys, fellas, he's an iconic design. You're right. He's not like the main antagonist of Silent Hill. He's not here for everyone. He's here for James. He's important for James, specifically. Reason why he doesn't appear in any of the other games. Which is fine to, like, do reinterpretations, but they didn't even really reinterpret him. They just put him in the game because, like, he's a really iconic character design from Silent Hill. Ooh, that looks actually really good. Funny is he's very pale too. Should do that, yes. Theming. Except you can't see it because it's so freaking pale. Yes, he should have the same color. James. I'm still it'll be seen to be seen, but I also am a little bit worried about the Maria Chase scene with Pyramid Head. Mainly just because part of what makes that scene work so well is the way that the camera works um in that sequence. And if the camera's just gonna be behind you, then all you're going to be doing is just running away from Pyramid Hat. That's all that's gonna happen. You're just gonna run away from him. You're not gonna have those moments where, like, you see him slightly behind you and stuff, and you're not gonna have those moments where they'd have to really do something with the audio to make it work, and I don't trust Bloober Team to do that, given how they've handled the audio so far. I think one of the issues that they do a little bit too much is they just made everything so loud. It made everything so loud. All of the enemies are loud and jarring, and it's disruptive. I also was thinking about it, but one criticism that I would say to anyone making a horror game is you should not, or at least you should really be cautious of adding an attack combo in your game. It should, if anything, it should only make sense in the context to whatever you are dealing with and fighting, but honestly, the best kind of attack to have in a horror game should just be one big hit and variations of that one big hit, because really, getting comboed is not weirdly scary, and in fact, it's quite silly. Having a chain of attacks isn't scary. Having one attack that you have to avoid, and if you get hit by it and it hurts real bad, is actually way scarier than a flurry of attacks that you just have to dodge through or block or do something to just mitigate them. Whereas if you just have one attack that's difficult to evade because you don't have a dodge or something, that works better. Oh, wow. Oh, that looks good. Triangle face looks good. Never mind. I was worried for triangle face, but he looks good. That just leaves the skeleton in the door. Like I said, I might try my hand. I might try my hand at a little bit of rendering. We'll see. What's funny is one of the lighting effects, I might have to pop this into Photoshop to do because Fresco doesn't do gradients, which is super frustrating. Like it just doesn't like gradients at all. You really have to like fight for a gradient. It's very weird. Red door. Devotion door. One? The picture I was using? Is the picture I was using? No. God damn it, I had a picture of the door from Devotion that I was using that was very good. And now I can't seem to find it. Oh, I did it the wrong way. I needed Devotion video game door. Still can't find the picture I was using. And I still can't find the picture I was using before. In before it was... oh, here it is. Found it. Finally. Now... image. That's better. The door is red. The door is red. Really dark red. Something like that. And I don't think I'll use this detail on the bean heads when in their render, but I plan on using some vector pens to do some effects on some texturing on the other guys, which I might do next. And the door. I should do some texturing on the door. Door demands texturing. Oh god, there's bars at the bottom of the door? Fuck. You know what? Lazy art time. I'm not gonna draw those. I ain't gonna draw those. This needs to be orange. What I'll probably do is just draw all red behind it. Or color in all red behind it. Oh, I gotta zoom into this. Oh, jeez. I never colored in the skies. Why I need to color in the skeleton too with something. Doesn't matter what. I do need to color in with something. Bite me in the butt later. Oh my god, my arm does not want to do this. My arm is like, stop it. I'm like, you got it, buddy. You gotta just do it, buddy. You gotta make it. I believe in you. Thing that really sucks is like trying to get the right feeling on my wrist to hand motion. Don't take that out of context, ladies. Oh, that sounded sinister. I'm sorry. It also doesn't help that the positioning of the tablet can make a huge difference on certain things. It's so awkward. Yeah. There you go. God, I need a new. If I ever decided to get another tablet, I need to get one of those huge ones. I so badly want one of those ones that like take up the entire side of a table. It'd be nice. I used one once. It was very, very nice. I say that, and I'm like, where would I fucking put it? I kind of have some space. I have a little bit of space. God, am I really gonna have to draw the bars down below? Because I just had the thought, I was like, well, the door is brown. The door underneath is brown. I don't really want to. I don't really want to. I have to be an ass paid, but I might have to. Nice. Congratulate. Enjoy. I hope there's good stuff in it. I hope it's better than the Valheim update. I won't lie. I was a little underwhelmed. I mean, I'm not like that much of a like, oh darn, they did a bad update. It's just like at first I thought it was gonna be really cool, and then it was just, oh, they just repositioned some stuff. Okay, because they didn't add anything with it, from what I could tell. That's where I was disappointed. I was kind of hoping they'd let you do more with it, and instead they just moved some mechanics to a different crafting table, and that's it. Just fine, just disappointing. Thought they would have added something alongside it, because I was expecting them to. Because I noticed that really early on, right? Like that you couldn't make fish the same way. So they've made a couple of new crafting tables to handle things that one crafting table already did, but then they didn't add anything with it. So it's like, That's great and all, but there's nothing new. And if there is anything new, it's at a part of the game that I haven't even gotten to. I was hoping it would, like, let me recontextualize deer, because I have so much fucking deer meat in that game now. There's still only one dish you can make out of deer, and yet there's, like, multiple dishes you make out of boar. Onions don't do nothing but make onion soup. Nice. This is where this tablet is going to run into issues. It's exactly what I'm doing here. Yep. Ah, shit. What the fuck? How did I break that? How did I find a way to break YouTube so thoroughly doing that? That was odd. YouTube did not like the thing I did. It didn't like it one bit. Seem able to do, like, horizontal lines very well, but vertical lines are, like, impossible to do on this freaking tablet for some reason. Well, looks like I'm gonna have to start rotating the canvas here in a second. Probably. Hate this thing. I get it's some kind of shortcut tool, but I just never use it, so it just gets in the way, and I kind of wish I could turn it off, because I don't use it. I'm sure it's a good shortcut tool, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it'd be very useful, I just don't use it. So, all it is a nuisance, and it gets in the way. Alright. That's working better. Don't ask me why it works this way, but eh, eh, eh. What works, do what works. Gotta do what works. There it goes. There. Oh, nope, not quite. Too big. Too big. I'm glad I'm working on this again. I was getting worried. I was getting worried that I'd, like, have to put this off any longer, and I really know I can't afford that. Otherwise, I'm gonna run into some issues. Some really bad issues regarding me work. If I can't keep working on something consistently due to technical issues, it really pain. Anything, God send that I even have this. As much as I complain about as much as I complain about this tablet, it is still saving my ass. Better than nothing. As they say, better than nothing. Blech. I mean, I guess. I will be also here to admit that it could be a lot better. Definitely could be a lot better. There we go. Eh, I definitely think I would be already done with the mats if I had my laptop. Ain't that just the way? Alright. Have to remember what layer I'm working on. Specifically did it this way, so that way I could save time doing that. This is also something, if you'll notice, I don't know why, I wouldn't say my hand is that shaky. Maybe it is, I don't know. But sometimes the jitter on this pen is a bit insane. Because I'll be in contact with the bamboo tablet and it will still shake, like do some jitter. And I'm like, stop it. Stop it. Stop that. Problem. Problem, and it's unacceptable. Don't worry about that. That's not blood. I'll fix that. It's not blood. It's not supposed to be blood. There's no blood in this game. I say, as there's explicitly a scene in which you are literally drowned in blood. Ocean was a good game. I liked it quite a bit. It certainly gave me a visceral experience that I had not actually really experienced in any game before. That really the closest thing I can think of is like the kind of experience I would get out of certain movies. Like, they just do a very good job with their... It's not even body horror, it's just their upsetting moments are very upsetting. Dang it. I've never had a game make me hesitate doing something like that. I'll put it that way. They do a very, very good job of making you really not want to do the things that you do in that game after a certain point. Presentation-wise. And that's impressive. That's a thing that, like, I feel like Silent Hill comes close to having a couple moments like that, and they still don't hit as hard as Devotions, dude. Devotions, you really do some gnarly stuff to yourself that is like, I never thought I'd do that in a game. It really sucks. But it's good. I've never had a game make me look away. Or at least not in a long time. Put it that way. The fact that I had to look away from the screen doing that sequence at the end of Devotion is a compliment to Devotion as a piece of horror media. Like, I make fun of the eyeball scene from Dead Space 2 because I used to think it was like terrifyingly scary, but then I like actually watched it one day where you get killed by it, and it's so fucking funny if you get killed by the eyeball machine. You either very carefully place the needle directly into your eye, or Isaac just rams the entire machine through his face. It's so funny. And I think the initial tension for it is pretty good, but it's still very funny. Elden Ring. That's the only thing I can think to name it because I named my world in Valheim Elden Ring as a joke. Name it Finland. Name it Poland. Beans. What do I feel like I messed some of this up? What? How did I fuck up those lines? Is this? How did I mess that up? Yeah, this is not correct at all. Missing a line. I really thought I was paying attention, but I guess not. Oh my god. Yeah, I fucked that way up. No? No, wait. No, wait. Oh my god, I was drawing on the wrong layer. Or not the wrong layer, but on the wrong line, that's why. I just need to trust myself. The line here that doesn't need... Oh, I see what happened. Okay, yeah, we're good, we're good, we're good. That's like blocking. Yeah, we're good. Oh my god, I almost fucked that up royally. I'm like, did I do this right? Yeah, I did the other one right. That could have been bad. I did have the right number of lines. Oh my god, that was close. What's funny is that's not supposed to be blood. It's not supposed to be blood. Door isn't bleeding. Name it Scotland Yard. Name it Variety. Now we want orange. Orange-ish. Definitely needs to be a red orange. Favorite colors, red orange. Yeah, that's perfect. Damn it. Damn it. Chooses a new farm type, and it starts you with 2 chickens, twig, and petal. Oh, that's cute. Is that randomly generated, or do you think they're always called twig and petal? Good, my pen's doing that thing again. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Like, look at it. Just moving it, and it just is like jitter, 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 jitter. I'm like, stop it. Stop it. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that. You're upset. Fuck. I have no idea what that flick was. Control 0 is usually what you do to zoom to a default full screen, but eh. Oh, that's good. That's fun. I like that. That E. Ah, hell. I should make it a color anyways. I need yellow. I need bone yellow. There we go. Lighter? Perfect. Good. Right layer. There's a moment there where I was like, oh god, I hope I'm not on the wrong layer. Funny is I need a background that's also a little bit darker because I can't see. What's a color I don't have much of on here? Blue? Yeah, I don't really have blue. Oh goody. That tells me how many whites I need to white. It tells me how many whites I need to white. I'm really bad about using the white background as white when I really shouldn't. Really should be coloring that in. Stuff like this. It'll cause problems later. As demonstrated here. Causing problems now. The later is now. Now is the later. There's a couple of different ways I could have been blocking this in. I like this way particularly because it means I can kind of correct some of the overlap in other areas. Not a ton of tillable land for growing crops since it's more about tending to farm animals. Oh, that's nice. Get a dinosaur. Farm dinosaurs. Make a dinosaur farm. Call it Dinosaur Farm. It's actually an SCP I really like that's about a farm in China that was farming dinosaurs. Because I'm a weirdo who likes dinosaurs and really weird shit like that. Saying when you get there, you only farm dinosaurs. Farm dinosaur milk. Dinosaurs don't have milk. They're not mammals, they don't have mammary glands. So, fun fact, there is one amphibian that does apparently produce, at least compoundnatically the same kind of thing as milk, but they still don't have mammary glands. Mammary glands. Sick. It's sick. You're sick. For this. There we go. Start with the backs here. Line there, and then we're just We're just gonna there you go. Weird. I want a color. What I need to do is go back with that pink, overlay the white of the spine, so that way it looks like the flesh is clinging to the bones. The flesh is clinging to the bones. Oh my god. Oh look, use white on my eyes. Look at all these spots I missed. Look at all these spots I missed. Use a little bit lower. Nope, we using white. Nope, we using white. I am the most spooked individual of them all. A feared and a terrified. That's me, a feared and a terrified. I am filled with the Ooh, why did that do that? Why did that do that? The resolution on that went real bad for some reason. Alright, it's 1:11. I'm gonna finish the mat, and I think I'm gonna call it closer to 2 because there's some stuff I need to do. And if I can give myself any spare time to work on the Millennia video, I really should. And I need to shave. Need to shave my dang face. But this looks good. I like this. The colors are good too. Funny is I did this blue, but really I need to do like a different blue. A more different blue. I need to do like a cyan. Ah. If only they could produce dino milk. Don't take that out of context. Don't take that in context. Remove the context from your brain. There is no context. Jettison it into space where it belongs. What's funny is I need to go make a background that is I'm imagining like a light blue maybe. I want to make a gradient background for it, honestly. Now this is where I'm at a bit of an awkward position because I want yeah, I think here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna fill this in, right? Should be there. I don't want to draw those bars at the bottom, but I might have to. We'll see. Round ish. Oh shit. I forgot to color the dang skeleton. And the dagger, for that matter. Pyramid hat. Yeah, we'll just do this as a... No. That was on me. That one was on me. Because there's some texturing that I definitely know I want to do, and I definitely know how I'm going to do it, actually. It'll look good. I think. I think. No promises, I guess. I can't guarantee anything I do will look good, but I can guarantee that I'll try to make it look good, and I have an idea. I've made bad art. Made plenty of bad art. Everybody makes bad art sometimes if you make an art. Everybody makes something bad sometimes. I think what's more important is what you learnt from that than if you made something bad. I think part of my issue is it sometimes feels a bit 50-50 on where artists will fight really hard to defend themselves or people will fight very hard to defend artists. When something doesn't work, it doesn't work. We should be okay with that. We should be okay with making a mistake in a piece of art if you just didn't know better. And that a piece of work is just as much a learning experience as it is an expression of one's interests. And whilst criticism is always warranted and fine, you also have to remember that you know, different people make different things. Period. Period. Whilst it could be done better or should have been done better, I think the most important thing to remember is if you're somebody who criticizes something and sees like, man, that could have been done better, then utilize that for your own inspiration. And if you're somebody who works on things and feel like, wow, I thought people would like that more, then equally so be like, well, maybe this is what I need to change for next time. But neither side should make the other side feel like it's invalid for its attempt at something. I think sometimes it's a little awful that people get very harsh on a piece of media when it was just made by a person. And then on the flip side, that person shouldn't be really shitty to their audience if they make a mistake and the audience points it out. People just make stuff. What do you just make stuff? I make stuff all the time. I make good stuff, bad stuff, stuff that I think is really cool, stuff I think that turned out awful. The thing that keeps me from quitting is just I just want to make more stuff. See things at least get a little bit better. I don't think I'll ever get to a point where, or if I do, an upper limit to stuff. Though I will. Sure, everybody does. Something being bad should just inspire you to understand and internalize that if you were to make it, you wouldn't do that, and that's okay. Ooh, ooh. There we go. Almost finished with this, with the mats. And then, like I said, I'll probably actually do a little bit of rendering. Like, a little bit. I don't think I'll do any light rendering, like, as in the lighting, but I will do some rendering. Still kind of mixed on elements of the door. Because what I envision is that there's going to be a gradient and a lighting effect. Like, I really want to work in at least one gradient, one actual just linear gradient somewhere in here. I imagine that it'll be I guess it would be in this case a vertical gradient. It would be gradienting from the bottom up. Or top down, depending on your perspective or how you interpret gradients, because gradients vertical. It's going to be a vertical gradient. The horizontal gradient would go from left to right, or right to left, you know, as it goes. the transition of the gradient would go left, would go horizontally. But I think the transition for the gradient for this would be vertical. Might even be a pin light. I haven't decided yet. There's a couple different things I could try with it. So it's like I might have to actually pop this into Photoshop for that part. Coloring that skeleton. Start coloring the skeleton. Look at old Bonezo. I love him. Hopefully, too, when I get my... the only thing that I really can't work on is I can't work on that animation until I get my laptop back, because the files are on my laptop. They're not on my cloud, like this is. I really thought they were, because I was just like, oh, it just seems like Adobe's saving all my files over the cloud. And then I was like, nope, not Animate, though. I mean, to be fair, Animate's probably much more bigger file size, so they probably can't really do that. Fresco at least has the benefit that because it's images, it's actually kind of convenient that it just saves it over the cloud, and I'm here for that. Clearly, this is very convenient and was a great backup for this, and prevented me from not being able to work on it at all in the situation. So good on you, Adobe. You hit a very niche circumstance when things went wrong. A little bit. I'm a little awkward when it comes to cloud saving, because I've actually run into some issues with cloud saving before. For example, the Millennia video actually had a little bit of a holdback because I realized that I had accidentally been saving things to Outlook, and that for some reason the Millennia, or my Premiere, had been automatically saving things to OneDrive, and I was like, why? I never told you to do that. So I changed some, or I deleted some stuff out of OneDrive, unknowing that one of the things I deleted was one thing in the Millennia video, which, thank God, it was only one thing in the video, but I almost nearly destroyed that project in retrospect. And in current thinking, I kind of made an oopsie where I got lazy a little bit, and I've been just pulling my assets straight from the downloads folder instead of just creating a Millennia folder for it, which I should have. That would have been good for organization on my part and for the project. I still could update that, but at this point I'm just like, I'm so far in the project and it's so close to completion in a lot of ways that I just need to trudge through it and then clean up afterwards. Because in reality, I do not revisit a file once it's been finished and exported. Like, what purpose would I have for that, honestly? And those files take up a lot of space. There's only so much I can archive, and I do have an archive, technically, that I should be using, but it's a lot of work to set up the archive, when the archive that I really am using is just my online archive. My archive is everything that I post to YouTube, everything that I post to Twitch. That's my archive. And I would hope that I'd be able to reclaim it, though apparently not, because YouTube has deleted a video, and YouTube has put it in such a format that I can't re-download it, which is frustrating. Maybe I should just, like, contact YouTube and be like, hey, if I can't have this up, can I at least have it back, please? Can I at least have it back, please? No. Yeezy took my dang video down. I hate it. Damn you, Yeezy, why you gotta be like this? I don't think it was Yeezy. I think it was actually the anime that I was using in that video that got upset, not Yeezy. I contested Yeezy. I believe Yeezy got mad at first, and I contested it, and then the anime was like, no, you can't use that. And I was like, I don't want to fucking deal with this anymore. My kind of thing is if something gets content-stricken, then fine. It's gone forever. I don't have the mental health to contest every time it does that. Later, Creeper. Thanks for joining. Enjoy Stardew. Keep with the hydrate, man. Yeah, I really liked the composition of this piece. It came out really, really good. But the only other thing I would change is maybe... Let me make this a little bit bigger. Oh, nope. I should not change that. That's about what I had a feeling was going to happen. It's like I could make it this big. But it breaks everything. It breaks so much to make it that big. Yeah, no. Nope. Nope. I'd have to redraw so much, and I just don't want. Oops. Oh, would you go away? I don't need you right there. What? Why is it still on select multiple? Stop it. Stop selecting multiple, please. Oh, that's why. God. What's funny is I might put the Happy Halloween somewhere else. I also think that if I was to keep that Happy Halloween and my thing, I'll probably pop it into Photoshop so that way I could give it a nice stroke. Give it a nice outline. Because you can't do that in Fresco. Fresco, don't do that. Fresco, don't do that, unfortunately. I wish it did, but it don't. To the devotion door. Wet. Not the layer I was on. Not mean to take a chunk out of the alien's butt like that. If I just do this... just be able to do something like that. I'm gonna try this with the door. This needs to be more like this. Like that. This needs to be glass color. I might do some texturing with this glass, but for now I'll leave it like this. Do I want to do that? I'm gonna... I don't know if I want to do it now, but it might be something I might have to do, which is draw all of the lines below later. It's gonna be a headache. But otherwise, this collage looks really good. Like, really, really good. Like, really good. I like it. All my Halloween buddies. All my Halloween buddies. They're all here. All of them. This should probably actually be more of that. Gonna merge this down. I was being lazy. Down. Merge down. Yeah, her butt's there. This down. What? I don't even know how that deleted that. I don't even know how that deleted that. Why does the spacebar do that? Stop. Stop it. Why would you do that, spacebar? And this is where I could start rendering. What renders we're actually going to start with is kind of this. So now we actually need a regular brush here, and I'm going to take the brush I've actually been using for my I can remember it. Should be Graphite Soft, I believe. Yes. Using Graphite Soft. Start texturing everything. Mr. Pyramid Hat's face. And what's funny is I think I do something like this with all of the monsters, but the just the people are gonna be regular like mats, I think, with just some coloration, but otherwise are gonna be generally the same. But these guys are gonna get much more texture work to give them a little bit more contrast. Make it more fun. What's important is that I don't actually use that much, and that I'm actually much more selective where I put this texture. Certain things. I was doing this a little bit on actually the on some of my other work, where I was like doing these like splotches. To give it more texture. Because this is something I was actually doing a lot with the it was something I was doing a lot with my my story drawings. It would look really good here. It's funny is I don't know if I'll use it much on the alien. The alien is like the one creature in this that doesn't really do any of the splotchiness because they're not like messed up like some of these other things are. Really, I'm just looking to add like just a little bit of texture to everything. Just a little. Just like a little bit. We go to Storch. Storch. Storch is so hard to see, man. Storch is so hard to see, man. This. This is the kind of stuff I like to do now. I really like adding like just little textures like this. And it looks good. Look good. It look good. If I do add it, I might add it for like lighting. I might add lighting this way to any of the like regular kind of like less style or more stylized drawings of this parts of this drawing, but yeah, patterning is something I've really taken to, I feel like. Much this. The thing about the Storches is that they're very, very dark. Actually, I need something more like this. Or something more like Esther's color. That up a little. Something more like that. Something more like that-ish. And I think what we do is we actually go back this color. Kind of layer it up a little bit. That looks good. That looks really, really good. Oh, that storch is scary. Oh, the storch is scary. Add a little bit there. Yeah, there's no way storches aren't at least a little bit inspired by Pyramid Head and stuff. We're gonna do that, and then we're gonna go down to a real fine, back down to 60, I think. Less than that. Ooh, God. God. God, I've made this stork look really scary. Oh, the stork looks really good, actually. Holy shit. That stork looks really, really good. I think she came out really well. Bigger. I'm a big fan of kind of like radial pattern stuff. Working in more texture for it. This is why I want to get into more texture work. I feel like I could really do some good stuff if I got into texture work. Yeah, Mr. Pyramid Head looks... Pyramid Hat, Triangle Hat looks good. Triangle Hat is looking good. I like that he's like, oh, it's weirdly red, and it's like, buddy, that's not red. That's not just red, buddy. I mean, it's supposed to be upsetting, so it makes sense that James would be like, it's red. It's just red. Don't know why it's red. And to add a little bit more contrast, because that's the thing is like, Pyramid Head is a little bit more, like, metally, right? So I'm gonna add more of a rust color to him. He's more metal. He's more like he's corroding. A little bit bigger. Ooh, that looks really good, actually. That rust effect came out much better than I expected it to. It should just be slight. It shouldn't be, like, a lot. It should just be enough to add a little bit of orange to it. Be like, oh. Ah. Ooh, that's good. I like that. I like that a lot. Now, do I do anything? The thing is do I do any tech? Like, obviously, I still do texturing to the necromorph as well. He definitely needs it. The alien is the weird one because the alien is not textured, right? He doesn't really have a texture. Like, he's textured, but not the same. I'll probably still do something similar because it will match everything else. But the irony is everything else is kind of like modeled gross blood. And then the xenomorph is like, hey, it's me. I'm literally in a suit that shines. I'm in a latex suit. Eh. I'll still add a little bit of texture to him because he has some texture. It's not that he has no texture. That's not what I'm. That's not the case. The alien is a much different beast in a very literal sense. But I think I could still do something similar. Like, let's say if I go this color here, start adding textures, right? Yep. Yep. Never mind. We're good. We good. Those textures will actually add a lot of life to this. Remember, sometimes it just comes down to what you're able to do. And whilst the tools would have made this, the better tools would have made this easier for me. What matters is what I know, not what I'm using. A true artist does not. A bad artist blames his tools. Thanks, Torbjorn. Working as intended. Get out of here, Torbjorn. Working as intended. I told you to leave, Torbjorn. I'm lonely. I miss you, Isaac. I don't, Torbjorn. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that texturing effect is still gonna look really good. This is actually kind of a texturing effect that this isn't the first time I've done this before. When I was working on my horror game, This was a texturing effect I used in that too, and I just haven't used it in a long time, I think. I forgot about it. It looks good. Very good at making fleshy gross. Can I say? I like to make fleshy gross. I also think like the way that this works really works well for like my style. Um, just be able to like add like a little bit, like a little bit at a time. Here comes the render. Can't wait to have my laptop. This'll work so much better and faster, but here comes the start of the render. At least get it started. Ooh, that looks good. At least I know what tools I'm going to use. It's a little exploratory as well. Know what tools I'm going to use for this. I'm going to say music, can you? Music, can you? Like, this kind of texture work is something I just enjoy doing. And if I just could get into like a texturing program, I'd probably really enjoy texturing on like models and stuff. It's something I've always wanted to get into is texturing on models. I feel like now more than ever I would be like if I was to start texturing on models, I would probably just use whatever Blender has. Oh, I'm a dummy. I should have been I think I'm going to use the lasso tool. I don't got the goddamn precision to use the lasso tool, actually. No, I'm not using the lasso tool today because I don't have the ability to use the lasso tool. Be frank, I don't have the capacity to use the lasso tool. It's a freaking nightmare. Precision is not really something I'm working with well today. Meat effect. Ooh, that looks so good. Yeah, this is what I like to do. I like to do this kind of texturing. That looks really good. If I do any texturing on anyone, it'll be light. It'll be light to fit the aesthetic, but I like that it's like, oh hey, you know, here are my cartoon guys for the protagonists, and here's the monsters as like a show of like my appreciation for really good monster design, because I really like really good monster design. But I also like fun, goofy characters. Like James Sunderland. Oh boy, baby. Boy, baby. We'll also see if I just cut down to 4-hour streams during the day. I was doing 5-hour streams for a while, and I think like 4-hour streams are a little bit easier on me. I can start a little bit earlier, or I can start a little bit later, or end a little bit earlier, which is nice both ways for me. Oh. And I don't want to work on this more without my laptop. Like, that's the most important thing. I don't want to work on this more without my laptop. Because my laptop would put the finishing touches on this, like, whoa. Like, this is good? This is good? But I know my laptop would be much, much more well-suited for this. I might as well test. Put that there, because I don't know. I still don't know the bottom half of the door. I should have just drawn the door. I should have just drawn the door, but it's too late now. But everything else looks good. Everything else looks really good. Like, I can at least start the light. Here, I'll start the light at least. The light will have this kind of texture. We're going to start with orange light. Of everything. Down to a 60. Go to white. This might be something I'll have to experiment with a little bit, I think. I like weird lights. I want to make it clear that anything else, if anything else, it is doing this. It's radiating out light out, right? I'll have to mess with this. I'm gonna have to look up some fires, too. I have to look at some fires. Alright. I'm gonna call it there. Or I lose my mind and my thumbs. But, no. I like it. I still was able to get some work done on it. I probably could have gotten some work done on it last week, but I apologize. It didn't occur to me. I was like, oh yeah. That's the one thing I could have kept drawing. Oh well. At least I got the mats in. At least I started some texture work. And like the texture work looks good. Yeah. So we're going to texture the monsters, I think. We might, if I do texture the people, if I texture the people, it's going to be very light. It's going to be like their outfits and stuff. Just to fit the, you know, texturing on the monsters. But yeah, this is coming along really, really nicely. And I'm going to add, I'm going to mess with the lighting, and then we're going to go from there. But yeah. I've really enjoyed working on this a lot. It's a fun project. It was a fun one. Funny is, maybe not. Never mind. Actually, more like this would probably be better. More like that. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead, and we're going to go ahead and start our outro. Ooh, I gotta piss. Do I do the piss? You know what? The faster I get it done, the faster I can go piss. So we're gonna start our outro. Before the end of every stream, I'm gonna open up Bing Create, and you guys are gonna help me generate an image. How does that work? I'm going to use an image generator called Bing Create, and anything that chat types, I'll utilize as a reference for the picture. Could be anything, be non sequitur, can be topical, doesn't matter to me. And at the very end of the stream, I'll show the picture that we all generated together. So to get it started, signing off the spooky month with all my best friends. And I'll let you guys, if you want to add to that, I will be right back because I need my body. I need a minute anyways, so I'll be right back. All right. My best friends. Isaac Clarke, James, Elster, and Amanda Ripley as we take our pumpkins and throw them off of the Halloween cliff. All right. Please like it. Please like it. Yeah. So, if you want to see that image, stick around to the very end. I also do a bit of a closing bit, and we do raid after every stream, so that way the Daywalkers in our chat can keep watching. Does everybody else out there, make sure to go unlock your doors and windows, because it's no longer lunchtime for Daywalkers. And thank you for joining, everybody. Hope you had a good time and you enjoyed the show. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by and chatting and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to go back and rewatching the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following or clicking any of the links. There's a link to an Instagram, a Facebook, a Twitter, and a Discord. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to, and just generally you can come hang out with the rest of the community there. It's a good time on the Discord. Speaking of which, a shout out to our community on the Discord and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience, and we appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure to also hashtag with MCCanary or link it back to the stream so people can find more good stuff we do here. And as always, if you want to see the stream grow, you gotta let people know. I'm glad people have been talking about the stream, and I appreciate you guys doing that. It's really rad, and it means a lot to me, and it does help us out. So if you want to help out the stream and be just a cool guy, tell people about the stream more. You won't. You won't. That makes it sound like I'm being happy about it. And as always, a huge thank you to all of our supporters on Patreon and Twitch. Your generosity allows us to continue to expand the stream as well as take on more projects, and the stream would not be made possible without viewers like you. So we thank you. If you want to see your name added to this list, as well as a couple of benefits you can get, you can always subscribe directly on Twitch or check out the Patreon page here. It'll show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you. And thank you to Amounts, you do a wonderful job holding back the Rowan Army and becoming famous. Thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Enjoy the show. Watching me draw. Hopefully I'll have my laptop next week. Or I'm gonna cry. I'll cry. I'll get you through housekeeping and get you on your way. Check out the rest of my friends in our network of Goblin Entertainment. That's all of my friends' channels and everything that they've done and they've been up to, so you can find all their stuff there. And you can find the rest of my stuff in my own link tree here. It has everything that I post to, such as the VOD channel for the Twitch, as well as the YouTube for my own videos, an art station for my art, and a SoundCloud for my music. So go check everybody out in Goblin Entertainment. Alright, stick around. I think we'll be heading over to Prin. I'm sure she'll be happy to know that I'm drawing again. It hurt my hands, but let's go say hi to Prin. She's a good gal. So everybody be nice. Say hi. Otherwise, have a good afternoon. Take it easy. I'll be live later. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see. Might be missing him. Might be something important happening tomorrow. Everybody, the U.S., go vote. Do it. Do it. Just do it. Just do it. Aw, man. Aw. This is so sweet. How wonderful. That's me throwing it straight off. It didn't really get the characters, but it got close, I think. Elster's there. No, wait, no, Ariana's there. Ariana, what are you doing there? Elster's kind of there. Elster's. Oh, look, this is adorable. Is that Isaac Clarke resting his head on me? Probably. I'm glad one of these has just